I still don't get why the HP bars are yellow. Hilarious. Yeet. Ugh. Ah. Who actually came up with this? Things you make are stored in Autobill's history and can be easily recreated from there. Oh wow. Shoutouts to the people who understood the reference. Why can you not be straight? Good enough. I surrender. If there's anything I know about homosexual people, like at the very least, make it look like there used to be a bridge here. Or a straight up dome. Ooh, it's really close by. Yeah, I can definitely make it. No! Come here! You know what? I mean, I never needed you to begin with, so fuck you too. Sunderlands. Fairy. I mean, fairies are one way. Because there's a nerf to fairies to make it so they only give you back one heart for revival. Which only really matters if you're allowing yourself to eat food mid-combat. Finally. Jesus Christ. Oh, come on! Hell yeah. See what we've got here. Time bombs. This is a blessing, right? Combat training. It's a so nice stick. Two of them. Three of them? No way. They are ordered by durability. Uh, are the stables still at the locations I think they are? I'll go follow Impa for now. Perhaps I've taken the increased climbing speed for granted. A light route would be close enough, I suppose. I guess wouldn't hurt to go down the depths from that hole. Plus 10 durability, wow. God, I forgot how much sprinting sucks in the early game for Zelda. The custom stats really do wonders.
어.
Sure.
아. 아. 야. Hip.
pocket with some real firepower.
Hip. Hit. Ka. Ka. Hit. Hip. Hit. 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 Ka. Ka. かいね。まあ。か。か。や。へっ。さ。で。はっ。で。はっ。や。かっ。かっ。 hip, 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 hits, hits, hit, hit, yeah,
And not what?
hip, hits, 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 hip. Yeah. Hit,
Chill shrooms. Man, what did they do to you?
hip, hit,
Hmm. Do these things wilt? Desecrating graves!
Ah. Ooh. Oh. Ah. Mm. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Oh.
I wonder if the weapons at Lookout Landing respawn. Sucks.
Oh. Ah.
They're here. Bows are the least important to enhance since there isn't much variety necessary for bows. Since the versatility of bows comes from the arrows you can fuse to them rather than the bow itself. There's very few unique bows that are worth keeping. I believe if I head south to Gerudo, there are steering sticks there. I could be wrong though. I mean, Never mind then. Pateno is worth it, right? Kakariko. Yeah. And then there should be one of the great fairies around here. It is settled then. I shall make my way to Kakariko. And then from there... Alright. A horse would be nice. I'll go nab one. Any one will do. Four stirrups, not bad. It's decently fast too. Yes, you'll do just fine. Just wish you weren't so rowdy. Dude, don't throw your meat around. I'll have to get this some other time. Pretty sure the horse doesn't despawn, but I just want to register this guy. This beautiful blue lady. Really?
Cấp. Hịch. 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 Cấp. Hịch. Cấp. Ah. Yeah. Hing. Hing.
Why are the constructs allied with the fucking monsters?
Hing. Hing. Go. Hing. Hing. Yeah. Go. Hing. Hing. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Hey, hey. Hey. Yup.
Can I just say, maybe I'm just an idiot. But I've never understood the criticism with reusing the same map. Because sometimes the map feels unrecognizable for me.
Oh. 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 Hmm. Oh.
Let's name you after somebody else. Uh, who has blue hair in yyyy? Is there anyone? When I think blue, I just think of Inikib. And sure.
Oh.
You're joking. That's the first genuine crash. A crash is better than the game freezing, honestly. So,
Oh. 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 Hmm. Oh. 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 Hmm.
Hmm.
Ah. Oh. 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 Hmm. Oh. 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 Hmm. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Sa sa.
That's funny.
Wow. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Wow. Wow. Oh. 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 Ah. Ah.
Walang kulay.
What would Sky Strikers look like in Pokemon? As I've been learning more about Pokemon's rules and mechanics, I've wondered what a Yu-Gi-Oh deck would look like if it were brought into the world of Pokemon. So today, I tested a custom Sky Striker Pokemon deck against real Pokemon decks to see if this creation was too powerful, too weak, or fit right in to Pokemon's TCG. I hope you enjoy. Starting with the Pokemon, the first one I made was Sky Striker Ace Ray. Honestly, after seeing this full art card, it made me feel really bad that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have full arts because it looked amazing. Ray's main effect is her ability to tag out into any Sky Striker Link monster, which reminded me a lot of Eevee and the Evolutions. You have one Eevee that can evolve into multiple different element Pokemon the same way that Ray can tag out into one of her different attribute armors. This gave me the main gimmick for the deck. Put Ray on your field, and when she's in the active spot, she can evolve or tag out into a different armor. Instead of making this an ability though, I made it an attack so that way your turn ends after using it. This was my attempt to balance out the deck by not making it so Ray could evolve into an armor for free. For Ray's second effect, I made it so that if a Sky Striker was knocked out while Ray was in the discard pile, you could place her back onto the bench, allowing you to get out another armor next turn. I didn't want to leave Ray as the only basic Pokemon, and I really didn't want to put in any of the new treated as Sky Striker monsters, so I just added in Rose as the only other basic. Rose is essentially the same as Ray, minus two key differences. Instead of being able to tag out, Rose's free attack prevents your opponent from using their active Pokemon's ability during the next turn. This is similar to her negate effect when she's summoned. She also shares Ray's revive effect, and says she can be used to evolve any Sky Striker Ace Pokemon that evolves from Ray. Then, for the suits, I added the three main elemental suits. Kagari, Shizuku, and Hayate, as well as the newest one from Duelist Advance, Ace Zero. Starting with the three Link ones, each have an attack that deals 150 damage and costs 3 energy, as well as an ability that mimics their Yu-Gi-Oh effect. Kagari can add a Sky Striker trainer from the discard pile to the hand when it's evolved. Shizuku can search a Sky Striker trainer at the end of the turn it's evolved, and Hayate can dump a Sky Striker trainer from the deck discard pile when it attacks. Each attack also has an effect that mirrors their secondary effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Kagari's Flaming Strike does an additional 10 damage for each
I am
trainer
bad.
in the discard pile. Shizuku's Freezing Strike makes it take 10 less damage next turn for each trainer in the discard pile. And Hayate can attack directly or just place damage on any of your opponent's Pokemon. We'll come back to Ace Zero since it's the boss of the deck, and I want to leave it for last. Moving on to the trainer cards, I decided that the no monster in the main monster zone gimmick really wouldn't work in Pokemon. This is because the closest thing to having a main monster zone is the bench, and it seems a little too disadvantageous to make all the items required in a Pokemon on the bench. At least with normal Sky Strikers, you can set cards in the back row to defend yourself, but on your opponent's turn, there's no interruptions, so it makes more sense to kind of do away with that effect, unfortunately. So, that being said, I changed the requirements of certain Sky Striker trainer cards so that they can only be activated when you already have 3 or more trainers in the discard pile. This is in order to give them an extra condition to make it a little more balanced. Starting with Engage, the effect is pretty much the same as it is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Searching a Sky Striker card and drawing one if you have 3 or more trainers already in the discard pile. That is unfortunately where the easy translations end. All the other Sky Striker spell cards are so intertwined with Yu-Gi-Oh! Specific mechanics, like stealing and destroying monsters for free, that they would take an extra few steps to work in the world of Pokemon. Starting with the Mecha Quick Play spells, I decided to have 2 of them, Mecha and Widow Anchor, be tools that have similar effects to Pokemon TMs. They're discarded the turn they're activated, and can only be activated once there are 3 trainers in the discard pile. Instead of stealing a monster from either discard pile or your opponent's field, I made it so that they can use the attack of either an opponent's Pokemon in play or in their discard pile to mimic their Yu-Gi-Oh effect but keep it balanced. I also made it so they're placed in the discard pile the turn they're used, since they would go straight to the graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh after using them. For Hornet Drones, I made it similar to the old fossil cards that would place themselves onto the bench as Pokemon. Hornet Drones also has an ability that allows it to evolve into one of Gray's evolutions as if it were Ray, giving you easier access to the stage limits. However, similar to Pidgeot EX's Quick Search effect, you can't use 2 Sky Striker maneuvers in one turn. For the 2 maneuver trainers, I made it so Afterburners can place a damage counter on your opponent's Pokemon for each trainer in the discard, with a max of 3 damage counters, and it can pop a tool if there are 3 or more trainers in the discard. Jam Wave essentially has the reverse effect, popping a tool and then placing up to 2 damage counters if there are 3 or more trainers in the discard. The last 2 cards are the odd ones out of the group, Area Zero and Multi-Role, the Stadium and the Support. Starting with Area Zero, the Stadium card allows you to look at the top 3 cards of your deck and add a Sky Striker you find there to your hand. Then I made it so that you have to discard a card of yours in play, whether it's a Pokemon, tool, energy, etc. While that one was pretty easy to copy, Multi-Role was definitely the hardest. In essence, its effect is, after it's activated, you can add Sky Strikers from your discard to your hand at the end of the turn for every Sky Striker activated after Multi-Roll. But the catch is that you have to send them to the Lost Zone if you use them next turn. I'm not sure if they technically become new cards once they leave the discard, but this is at least the idea of what I was going for. Since this is Pokemon after all, I had to make sure to include an archetypal energy of some kind, so I made Sky Striker Energy. The art is based off the Sky Striker token card and provides 2 energy of the attached Sky Striker Pokemon's type. If it gets attached to anything else besides Sky Striker, it's immediately destroyed. I know providing essentially 2 luminous energy is pretty busted, so I made sure that all the attacks cost at least 3 energy to slow the deck down a bit. Before going over the boss monster, I wanted to mention 2 more Yu-Gi-Oh cards I converted that aren't Sky Striker cards. The first is Upstart Goblin, an absolute staple in normal Sky Strikers, which allows you to draw 1, and in its Pokemon format, heal 10 damage off all your opponent's Pokemon. The second card is Monster Reborn, which puts a Pokemon from your discard pile onto your bench, and then allows you to switch it in as your active Pokemon.
All the time, and one way to keep up with what's getting introduced, maybe the only way, is to look at your uncrafted cards. But the problem with that is there are a bunch of cards you've never crafted that sit there and never get crafted, so I'm finding a reason to craft them. I want to complete my arena collection, and it's the season of giving. So I'm going to craft Taru today. So in paper, this is a pretty expensive card because it's great in Commander, but is it good in Brawl? Maybe. But look, it's a cute dwarf advisor giving a present. How could we not craft this legendary creature? When it enters, you draw a card. I love that. The opponent may draw a card. I hate that. But we have Scion's Secretary ability. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tap treasure token. This triggers only once a turn. So in theory, when the opponent takes their card, I also get a treasure. So for 2 mana, I get a ramp piece and a card. They get a card, but I get a ramp piece and a card, and an O3. What kind of a deck would run to Taru? I'm not sure, but we're giving something a try. What I've built is a kind of big mono-white Planeswalker control deck with a devotion tint to it as well, and there are some other fun cards I get to craft for this. I have already crafted my Enlightened Tutor, now Brawl legal. We can't play Ancient Tomb, but we can play Enlightened Tutor. We can change the game. So we're crafting that one. Already did it today because I got too excited when I saw it before I thought about what I was doing with the rest of my video. But I haven't crafted Wedding Ring.
I'm proud to say I had no idea how to do this properly when I
See how
on
that
my
works?
initial
We get
playthrough.
to draw, and it builds our
Turns out
devotions.
it's
We're also
this
crafting
simple.
Gideon Ally of Zendikar. Back in the day,
I remember I
this
spun
was
it
the
manually
boy.
and just
This one
used
game's a
fucking
standard back in the
recall.
day. And then our new Planeswalker deck, maybe dropping this on like turn 3, hits the opponent. Gives them something to think about.
And then this one was even harder.
Becomes a 5/5, makes 2/2s. It's an
But
aggro commander.
pro
Then
tip,
we
you
have
need to
the
use your
Legend of
wheels.
Yang Chen. This is one of the several cards in the deck that lets my opponent draw cards on my turn, but then would make me treasures. And this one says you may have target opponent draw 3 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards. Again, we don't love that we're doing this, but it is kind of what the commander wants from us. Way better in a 4-player game, which Arena will have someday. But it's also removal, which is fun. Each player chooses up to 1 permanent mana value 3 or greater from permanents they control. Exile all those permanents. A very fun little card. Another, like, I think this is like an expensive card in real life, too. Let me know in the comments. We're also crafting Elspeth's Sun's Champion, which is another old school, super powerful mono white planeswalker that can destroy creatures with power 4 or greater, but also make a bunch of soldiers. This was another absolute killer from back in the day that I'm excited to get into my collection and maybe play a little bit more often. Then I have other old baddies like Sanctuary Warden, Sun Titan, Eternal Wanderer. We just want to spike when we get to 6 mana, and some Ugins to help as well. Unban 8 mana Ugin. You banned Ancient Tomb, you banned Strip Mine. Unban 8 mana Ugin. I would love that card. In the mana base, we get to be a Nykthos deck, so look for me to search for Nykthos whenever I have a chance to, with cards like Urza's Cave and the maps that I think I added to the deck somewhere. Did I add some maps? Pretty sure I added some maps. Where'd they go? Oh, they're down there. Yeah, because I have map typed here in the search. Boom. Yeah, maps to search for Nykthos to make a bunch of mana. It's a strategy. Alright, back to Brawl. Let's see if we can have some fun with this, or if I just get dumpstered. I haven't played a game since the bans. 4 mythic rares and a rare, down the tubes. But the collection is being built. And we are gonna dive in and let the Brawl nonsense begin. You get no edits, you get no cuts. Unless I put this on the main channel, then you might get those things. I don't know if you're gonna get those things. Be real. Be very real with you. Okay. Okay, shrines. I have not played against the new shrine commander. We have Gemstone Caverns on the draw. Beautiful. We have ramp. So, when this enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal shrine. Put it onto the battlefield. You can build this around like
It's weird
one
that we
shrine
don't
in your deck
turn
if you want. That would be
alongside the
crazy.
object
Reach the legendary
we're
enchantment you
standing
control,
on.
make a shrine token. Yeah. But, okay. I'm curious how powerful this card really is. Is it better than other shrine commanders? Is it better than Go Shintai? Is Go Shintai on Arena? 900% sure it is. Definitely keeping a hand with Caverns. The question is, what am I exiling? I think I'm going to exile Scrawling Crawler. Don't need to give my opponent more cards when we have plenty of plays to make, and I really want Guardian with Sun Titan. That can be amazing. Dock it in. Are you going to kill this? That would be a monstrous behavior. I mean, I'm not afraid. If you want a Swords to Taru Taru,
If I can't do this, I'm just gonna use bomb barrows, but
I can't stop.
I'm gonna try saving resources here.
I mean, in case you didn't notice, you get a benefit. That's pretty good, right? Yeah. There you go. There you go. Come on, opponent. Just a card. They're like, what's the catch? There's no way in 1v1 that somebody would do this. And look, they took their card, they lightning bolted my commander like a scumbag they are. But I still got my treasure, so there. If they had done that with the ability on the stack, though, I think they could have just taken the card. So did they give me the treasure because they feel sorry for me? Maybe. Maybe they did. It's an interesting situation we have with the talent, because I would love to play it and make another treasure, but I can't do that in the same turn. Let's protect our next round of Tataru and see just how much control they're playing. Because, like I said, you can build this with a very low amount of shrines and a ton of control. And do not give a Brawl player a reason to run a control deck. They don't need much. They will do it. Hey, watch this. Removal spell, removal spell. No? Why Malcolm? Malcolm is a little weird. I didn't expect that. What are you doing? Other than playing incredibly carefully. For a little 1v1 game. Thinking. You discarded a path. You played a fast lane. You still don't have green mana. For your green commander. You still haven't made a frickin' play. Alright, it's Flage. Seriously, what's going on with this deck right now? They're just here to body us, obviously. They're not here to play nice. They're not here for a fun game of Magic. Alright, Enlightened Tutor, what do we want? Could Smothering Tithe them. Very tempting to also get a 1-ring. We're about to get so much value, too. I had a way to stop them. Oh, that's what I can do. Okay. Cool. We love that for us. I think I'll play this as
There's
well.
something else we're supposed to do.
Just have it on the board. Shut down Malcolm. You untap 1 land. Have fun. I really want that treasure back, but I think we can get another one here. See how many 1-mana removal spells they brought to this party. If they kill this, the Sun Titan can get it back, so that could be fun. Yeah. Nice. They needed that fetch, and they found it. I'll try. You gonna counter the? You gonna counter to Taru? That's what I thought. I'm giving you cards. What more could you ask for? Nice, we hit our land drop. Authority of the Consuls. As if we're getting rushed. But that card can matter. They really need a basic here. Let's see if they remember to get a basic. Can only get Swamp or Mountain, though, which means they still don't have green.
That one's way easier.
Do they run basics? What if they don't? They might not. Oh, please kill the Guardian. Okay, Thalia, sure. Thanks for the life. Appreciate it. What the hell are they doing? I don't think they have basics, guys. Launch the fleet! Yeah, sure, I'm going to get that back, just so you're aware. Also, they can get a Malcolm trigger. Okay. Think about it. This is a blink deck. This is clearly some kind of a blink deck. Okay, you got the Caretaker's talent with the duress, which you somehow found room for. This is why Brawl players shouldn't be allowed to build 5-color piles, guys. There's no direction. I mean, I won't get a treasure from this. Oh, I will, because it's not until this turn. Okay. I attack. What? Eh. Then they can attack me with the Malcolm is the thing, right? Yeah. We're still trying to make that difficult, so let's just pop off. Give me the Caretaker's Talent.
Nice.
That's a pretty good card.
I like going fast.
Give me the Taru Taru. You gonna take your card, opponent? Knowing I'll get another card? No, we didn't. We psyched them out of drawing a card. The deck couldn't get better. I can't believe this is working. It's one color versus 5. Better add some basics to their deck, I'll tell you that. Their control deck is having a hard time. So they have the Sun Titan to deal with, and they deal. Nothing. That's a card. That's a pretty good card. Ephemerate. And a Reverend Hotlight that makes 6 things. Ooh. I mean, this is still just 5 mana, so I won't have a mana if I cast the Hoplite. I'm casting it into open mana, which is not great. If we attack right now, we get back Giver. Pretty good. Pretty good. You do have to be wary of this open mana. It is a problem. If they had spot removal, they probably would have used it there. But all we gotta do is be patient.
This one's just all about rough and tumbling.
Give it up. I destroyed them with Winter
That's a
Wind.
language I
And
speak
Light
very
Tutor, what
well.
a magic card. Can you believe it's a game changer? Oh my god. I was wondering if this would be a can we win a game type of challenge, but we won our first game. Launching Tongue. Okay, another new commander. I have thought about building this one. I'm sure it's on the list of things people would ask me to build. Okay. I also have a feeling everything will get countered, so I could try my free mulligan for a Cavern of Souls or a way to get a Cavern of Souls. Or I could keep this hand. It's fine. Is it great? No. It's just fine. They're playing all counter spells when we hit at least our first 3 land drops, and we have a top end with a caster. Is that good enough? Yeah. Just assume they're all counter spells. We have a lot of must-counter expensive cards. But it doesn't mean we're going to get away with much. Like, are you really going to counter my... See, this is the other Brawl thing. You don't even read. They just, no matter what the commander is, just counter it, right? That's all they do.
A universal truth, as it turns out.
With it. I'm gonna let that. They're like, oh, these cards. I'm not afraid of what these cards do. I'm not going to counter these cards. We'll see how that works out. Yup, there we go. Why not? Into a Planeswalker, yeah? I think I'm good. Not a game I'm interested in, to be totally honest. It's one of the more toxic and evil things you can do is just some mono blue flash commander. Now it's a flash commander that draws cards. I really enjoyed my Gadget Wizard decks in the day, but I'm not going to waste any time playing Magic with them. That's what they want you to do. Again? How many of this frickin' Forest Guardian are out there? We're on the draw again. which typically means we can't win. We have Cavern of Souls. Whatever. Maybe it's a control deck. The last one was a control deck, but this one has basic lands, so we're in a much worse position already. Let's see if they ramp on turn 1. And then I should have mulliganed for turn 1 removal. Yeah, I messed up. I kept a medium hand. I have to remember how Brawl works. You have to keep busted hands. There aren't as many as there used to be. They definitely removed the most busted cards from the format. But that doesn't mean you should keep a hand. You should.
Okay, so obviously I'm a fucking lying bastard, but what the fuck did I just see there? Holy shit, he broke the Master Shield!
You call me total.
Pile onto your bench, and then allows you to switch it in as your active Pokemon. Now, the card you've all been waiting for, the boss monster. Sky Striker Zero EX. This card has three effects. The first is its ability, which allows you to search for any Sky Striker card on summon, when it's evolved and put into play. The second is its tag out attack, Sky Striker Disengage, which does no damage and allows you to discard it to put Ray and Rose onto your bench. Its last attack is Linkage Strike, which only costs 2 energy and does its full 200 damage. The only catch with this card is that it's not a Sky Striker based Pokemon, which means that Hornet Drones can't tag out into it. The reason I made it that way was so that way it wasn't too broken and you could just instantly get out your best card using just a trainer that's searchable off of Sky Striker Engage. Since in normal Sky Strikers, you can't actually use just Hornet Drones to summon it unless you were to use Hornet Drones, get out Kagari, add back Hornet Drones, and then link for 2. That's it for all the custom cards. Now let me show you the deck I'm running so that you can see the full 60 card deck before I go into the duels. Also, isn't it crazy that we can technically have 4 Engage and 4 Upstart? So for the Pokemon, I'm just going to start off by saying there's one surprise Pokemon that you will see at the end for sure, but I'm just going to put that off to the side in case you are counting how many I'm playing. For the basics, I play 4 Ray and 4 copies of Rose. The reason I play 4 of each is because, there's only 2 basics in the Sky Striker archetype that I made, so I just figure it's important to play all of them since we want as much access to suits as possible. Then I play 4 copies of Zero since it's kind of the main evolution starter of the deck, since it can search any Sky Striker we need, and worst comes to worst, we can disengage it into a Ray and a Rose, giving us 2 more evolutions on the next turn. Then I play 4 copies of Kagari, is the best recursion card since there aren't a lot of actual Pokemon cards that can recur trainers. This card is insane. Then I play 2 copies of Shizuku, which honestly I could bump down to 1 and not really feel the difference, because just like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh, I really don't use it that much. Hayate is insane because it can attack the bench for 150, so good to play 2 of in case you lose your first copy. And that's it for the Pokemon. Now onto the trainers. Trainers, isn't it crazy that you can play 4 copies of Engage, because Pokemon's limit is 4? Also, 4 copies of Hornet Drones, because no ban list, equally insane. Then I play 4 copies of Widow Anchor, since it costs 2 energy to use, which is just 1 copy of Sky Striker energy, searchable, and then you can steal any of your opponent's attacks, which is pretty good. I also play 2 copies of Hardened Cannon, since it lets you use any of your opponent's discarded Pokemon, so it's an interesting way to kind of work around stealing from the GY. Then I play 3 copies of Afterburners, just to get 3 damage counters first, plus any added back card, then 2 gems to get the additional 2 damage counters, and then pop it. Then I play 2 multi-roll. I think the way these work is that you can actually revive another multi-roll, but I may have accidentally. It's okay. 2 multi-rolls. Then I play 1 copy of various stuff. So this should probably be it too, and I think it is. I just don't know what happened with the other copies. So 1 or 2 various 1 copy of Monster Reborn, which I think this artwork is sick for full art. Just saying, I think that was a good pick. And then 4 copies of Upstart Goblin, just for the additional draw power and to get trained graveyard or discard pile, and then 1 copy of Ultra, 3 copies of Great Ball, just because I had the extra cards lying around, and I figured they were decent trainers to just dig through the deck for. That is it for trainers. Now let's move on to energy. But not least, I played 4 copies of Sky for Energy. This card counts as attached Pokemon's type, so we just need to play 1 fodder energy, since you never want to attack with 3 basic energy when Sky Striker counts as 2. So I just play 5 basic darks, because Ray is your main starter dark type, and also this mystery card we play will benefit
This is
from
doing
heavy dark.
this is going
That's it for
really
the
well.
energies. Now let's look at the
Good morning.
Fiesta na!
Damn it. Hot diggity. It's a single bokoblin. Mein Gott.
Picture this. You're at a YCS. Sitting across from your opponent during the final round of CS. Going on the bubble, the clock is running out. Your opponent chooses to go first. Both players draw their hands. After some thinking, your opponent activates a pot of prosperity, allowing you to reveal 6 cards from the top of his deck. And one of those. Next to that unplayable garbage that he calls his deck, you see copies of Blossom Joy Spring. And after prosperity has resolved, realize that he's fucked up, bricked, and passed on nothing of it. You take a look at your hand, it's pretty bad overall. Copy of Branded Fusion played. You've got 2 minutes left on the clock.
That's an illegal hand, too.
You pause for a minute, and you ask yourself the question that all branded players ask themselves at least once in their lives. Is my branded future about to get ashed? The skilled duelist that you are, you know the probability that someone opens at least one copy of the 3 of 40 cards is 33%. But hang on, does this work the same here? Thinking back to last turn, you remember that 2 copies of Ash Blossom were in your opponent's 6 that he revealed for prosperity. Will this change the probability that the 3rd Ash is in his hand? So take a minute to think about this yourself and come up with your own answer before we go any further.
I mean, the initial probability remains the same, right? So like, why should you care?
Your first instinct is that he drew his hand
But then
before
again, he did
the
call
6
this
for
the
prosperity.
Monty Hall
So
problem,
it should just
so...
be the same. Your gut tells you that you're going to lose the match a third of the time, and that most players that I polled actually felt the same. So they were sure that the chance remained at 33%, as the pot of prosperity can't reach back in time and change what cards you drew. However, probability doesn't care about time, it cares about information. So what if I told you the chance is actually a lot lower, at 12%? When the duel began, your opponent has a 40 card deck. In this 40 card deck are 3 copies of the cursed Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. And at the start of the game, he
The
drew 5
accursed
cards.
Ash Blossom and
So let's
Joyous
just put
Spring.
these face down for now. So we'll call this event A, and let A be the probability of at least 1 Ash Blossom in the first 5 cards that are numbered 1 to 5. Before we reveal anything else, we take this as a given of 33%. And if you don't believe me, you can check the hypergeometric probability calculator. Okay, step 2. After drawing our 5 cards, we activate Pot of Prosperity from our hand. This banishes 6 from our extra and reveals 6 more cards from the top of our deck. These cards are numbered 6 to 11, and in these 6 we can see exactly 2 copies of Ash Blossom. So originally, there were 3 copies of Ash somewhere in the deck, but now that we have new information, we know that 2 copies of Ash actually reside in position 6 to 11. So as a result, only 1 Ash now remains unaccounted for somewhere in the remaining 33 cards. Ash has to be in position 1 to 5 or 12 to 40. So once we condition for the fact that 6 to 11 contains exactly 2 Ash Blossoms, and because the deck was shuffled randomly at the start of the duel, there's no reason for the Ash to prefer any of the remaining 34 positions over the others. The Ash is equally likely to be in any of the remaining 34 slots. So let's work out the numbers. The probability of A when cards 6 to 11 have 2 Ash Blossoms is 5 over 34. And if you plug it into a calculator, it works out to a grand total of 14.7%. But wait, we're forgetting something. One of the 5 cards has to be Pot of Prosperity. The Ash can no longer be in position 1, changing the odds from 5 over 34 to 4 over 33, and giving us a final probability of 12.1%, which is almost 18% lower than the earlier figure of 14.7. If this whole situation feels a little familiar, it's probably because you've seen this exact reason before, just not applied to Yu-Gi-Oh! This is closely related to the famous Monty Hall problem in the game show Let's Make It. So here's how that works. You're shown 3 doors, and behind 2 doors are donkeys, but the third is a prize. So you pick a door, and at this point your chance of being correct is 1 out of 3. But the key part is the host Monty Hall, who knows where the prize is, one of the other 2 doors and reveals a donkey, following the offer of a choice being stay or switch on your door. The instinct initially might be that there's 2 doors left, so it's a 50-50, but that's not really how it happens. Your original door is still only like a 1 in 3 guess, but the remaining unopened doors now carry the entire remaining 2 in 3 probability. If that sounds a bit abstract, we're going to break it down into 2 scenarios here. So, case 1. You pick the prize, which is a probability 1 in 3. Your door has the prize, and the other 2 doors have the donkeys. Monty, the host, opens either of the donkeys, doesn't matter which. And if you switch, you lose, and if you stay, you win. That's compared to case number 2, which is you pick a donkey. The prize is one of the other 2 doors. Monty is forced to open the only donkey door available, and the remaining unopened door has to be the prize. So if you switch, you win. So by switching in case number 2, you win 2 out of 3 times, as the probability of picking a donkey is 2/3 to begin with. So like nothing magical happens here, you're just gaining information. Okay, if you still don't believe me, we'll do one more example. It might be like a little bit closer to home for Yu-Gi-Oh! So you're playing Texas Hold'em poker. You look down at Ace King offsuit. At the start of the hand, you know there's 4 aces in the deck. So the probability that your opponent was dealt at least one of the aces in their 2-card hand is around 15%. That's your baseline assumption before you've seen anything else. Now, the dealer puts out the flop, and it comes ace of spades, ace of hearts, 7 of clubs. Instantly, something changes. You still haven't seen your opponent's hand, and the cards haven't magically changed, but the probability that they're holding an ace has dropped sharply, because you now know where 2 of the aces are. They're on the table. So before the flop, all 4 aces were accounted for, and after the flop, only 2 aces remained anywhere in the deck. The cards didn't move, the paths didn't change. You just simply gained information. The information you gained eliminated a large number of possible hands your opponent could have had. So every community card updates what hands are still possible, and good players constantly adjust their decisions based on new information. A lot of prosperity works in exactly the same way. When your opponent reveals 6 cards and you see 2 got the bad ones, you're not changing what they drew. You're just narrowing down the set of hands that were possible all along. Just like in poker, you're not predicting the past, you're just conditioning on what you've learned. And that's why the odds shift so dramatically. So, in summary, next time you want to slam a brand of fusion,
It's you again.
you do so knowing it's much more likely to resolve. What do you think? Do you agree? Am I an idiot? Let me know in the comments below. Thank you.
Is that a silver horriblin? What are you doing? There's just random enemies placed everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing's metallic. That's lame. The primary reason I bought you was because I thought you weren't metallic. Hmm. Wow, that is pathetically weak. Doesn't seem worth it to even have. Hmm. Must be something you can be useful for. An extra heart, to be precise. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. Right, draw speed is a thing. And Hyrule rebalance. Ooh. You know what? This weapon will have the honors. Ooh. Whoa. What an arsenal. Right. Weather protection with shields. This one way to survive against the hot weather. Should it ever have to come up. I'm most definitely not ready to handle Gloom Hands. That's an issue. How did this happen? Weight distribution can be a strange thing. Alright. It ain't the master cycle. It's basically good enough. But first, I forgot about this shrine as well. Really? That's nice, I suppose. Fuck. Not right now, guys.
Yup. Ah. Go. Hey, hey. Go. Hey.
Not the bridge I was expecting. Yeah, because I'm a fucking idiot. I swear I know the Breath of the Wild era map, guys. I mean, it's probably fine for me to continue from where I was.
Yup.
But I'll stick to the path I know is fastest. Except I just realized that's not the fastest path. If I remember correctly, that path is fucking blocked.
Yeah. Hey, hey. Hey. Go. Hey, hey.
Well, if it's just you. Damn, the constructs are losing. Oh shit!
hen hen.
Holy shit, ow. What's this one?
We got you with Jollibee, but good.
Alright, so, you guys don't know, the other day, I went to play my locals, who could have foreseen this, Steve goes to locals. And I took
Oh,
Sex
it's just a
just
blessing of
felt
the
like
clock.
playing. Had nothing better to do, so I just copied a list, went online, stole a deck list as I usually do, and I was like, alright, we're pretty experienced with the deck, let's just have a good old time. I went X2. It was just it's like, whatever. It's like, it's X2, like, at a locals. Who cares? I care because, oh my god, this deck feels dog shit. It's been a while since I played a bad deck. Like, I will play, like, weak decks or, like, rogue picks or, you know, like, not super swagged out picks from time to time just for the vibes, but it's been a while since I've actively played a deck that is, like, bad. I think the last bad deck I played was like Super Quant K9. I was like, holy shit, this deck is miserable. Like, you can't play through Troll, can't play through Pua, can't play through Purpuya, can't play through Meows like half the time because of fucking Red Layer and like 10 billion other cards. So what's the issue with Black? I mean, you have a really powerful engine. I mean, like, Ariana is kind of like Man of the Mark. Kukok is kind of like Temple of the Kings. You know, the Chandeliers are kind of like the Odeon Fusions. Oh my god, that just makes me so sad. Number one, you lose to like every piece of non-engine ever made. I'm not gonna say like it's bad that you lose to non-engine, but let's think about like the non-engine that exists. Like Perulia, Ariana is a normal summon, and if you're trying to do a hybrid vested combo, Lady Lab is a card you summon out of your hand. If you're trying to go to like turn one place, or you have like Ariana, Clock, and Lady Lab, two can't play through Ash Blossom. Oh my god, this deck eats dick to Ash Blossom, where every deck is on it, as well as the fact that people are on Ghost Spell. Ghost Spell is so fucking good versus the deck, and the fact that you're basically in a format with 6 Ghost Spells is like, alright, you got me. It's like, man, what am I supposed to do? 3! You can't do anything. Okay, what does that mean? Black has like a weird issue right now. Right now, if you want to win Black, you have to not only be resetting trap cards off of Lovely Lab, you also have to be tutoring them out with Lady Lab. Like, obviously, getting like Pokemon to the board is hard enough on its own, but my fucking Christ, do some of these trap cards feel miserable to play. Like, Daruma is really good at stunning opponents, but once they realize, like, the next turn they can just flip their shit back up again, you're, like, fucked. If you can't clear their board, you're like, I'm kind of dead here. Simultaneous Equation Cannon, it's, like, really cool until you realize that decks just don't need a playing to it. The reason, like, Simultaneous Equation Cannon was so good was because Flamberge was such a big choke point. It was, like, a very specific choke point. Like, Snake Eyes had to go into if they didn't know what you were on, or if they didn't feel like you had it. Like, there obviously were ways to like play around like Sex Cannon by just like awesome flippers, but it's a little more high investment. You have to both like get the Bellstar, like how to survive. Tell me one deck that has a choke point. We have Murakumo. And you know, you're not wrong. We got Murakumo, we got Futsu. What do those cards do? Murakumo can Futsu, so it makes your sex math off. So they're like, okay, it's fine. What about Futsu? Have you heard of a card called Misery? Have you heard of this card? Things activate this card. It's not very hard for them to find. Not very hard for them to open. By the way, what the fuck is Daruma good? Because the ritual that Dominus Impulse, not really doing much. And C, this deck requires so many resources. When you think about like Dex engines, most Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck engines are pretty small. Let's take a look at like Gem Knights. That is not Gem Knights. This is like what Gem Knight kind of looks like. You know, you have like a pretty small engine, 17 card main deck engine, and the rest is just non-engine, 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 non-engine. Maybe have like a little bit more in order to facilitate the Christian line, but overall, you know, it's a pretty small engine. Most engines kind of look like this. They look like 14 to like 20 card engines. Let's take a look at Black's engine. Oh my god, what the fuck does this look like? Okay, if we strip everything down, we're not playing Backjet, we're not playing Warlords, we're not playing Snapchat, we're not playing Daruma, we're not playing this guy, we're not playing that guy. This is a 20 card engine with 3 bricks in it. 3 bricks that don't even win the game. You know what also is like a 20 card engine, except that's like good? 12 card engine. Just play Yummy instead. Just play like a Misery engine instead. How big is Misery? 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like Night Sword Serpent. Wow. This is even if you're playing like the Giga Bricks in the main deck. Just for the vibes. If you're not, like, shit, man. Didn't realize I was talking to the goat over here. Heard simultaneous Draco Cannon and Daruma really good at the Draco Tail. That's what I thought too. And then I played against Draco Tail, and I was like, wow, my cards do like nothing to your cards. It was crazy. I was just like, Draco Tail versus Labyrinth is like the most useless matchup ever because none of your cards do anything and none of their cards do anything. So you just kind of like stare at each other and you're like, yeah, this is what we're doing now. Because like the pops don't do anything because they recur everything to Artholion anyways. The bounce doesn't do anything because they want their stuff back in the extra deck. Maybe you could bounce like a Gulamel that resummon itself. Urgula uses all your spell traps. They could make XP Willow Knight pretty early if they want to force it out. Like, oh my god. Even against your theoretical best matchups, Lab still feels so horrible. And that's assuming you're able to
If I remember
a
correctly,
position where you're able to actually
hover bikes straight up
against them.
don't work
Like,
anymore.
yeah, do it. Just feels bad. Just can't. Anyways, what was even the point of this video? I think I hate laughing.
I'm gonna make a scuffed hover bike real quick.
They should give us the Scissor Maid. If they give me the Scissor Maid and they make the remote playable, oh my god, hallelujah, 1,000 more years allowed. What would the Scissor Maid have to do? It would have to like set like every lab spell trap from deck that it could be activated the same turn. That'd be cool. Like we said, welcome, big welcome lab. It would also be a hand trap that you can't respond to. It also banishes itself so you can play around Cult Predator maybe. That would literally have to be like the levels of like double kills that this deck would have to get to be like remotely playable. Anyways, don't play lab, don't play bad decks. If you want to have fun with Yu-Gi-Oh, do whatever you want, but oh my god, don't burden yourself trying to be cool and quirky or like really gamer epic trying to play a bad deck. Just play a good deck. Just play good decks. They're so much better. Anyways, thank you for watching. That was the lovely Labyrinth Market for.
I've been dealing with hair.
Ultimate Custom Night.
Boom. Hover bike. Now behold the hover bike. Depressing, isn't it?
Hey! Sa!
Few things are more frustrating than losing a game because you've been locked down by traps. So in this video, we're going to get our revenge by counting down some of the best specific anti-trap floodgates in the game. And starting off at number 10, we have Mirage Dragon. This is a level 4 light dragon with 1600 attack and 600 defense. And its effect is that during your battle phase, your opponent cannot activate trap cards. This card, alongside its dark counterpart, Pitch Black Warwolf, were decent tech choices for beatdown decks in several of Yu-Gi-Oh's ancient formats. While their stats are admittedly just barely decent, they're at least enough to beat over Dekoichi, Vigorous Recruiters, and DD Warrior Ladies. The main reason to run these two was that battle traps were incredibly relevant back then. For a long while, it felt like most decks just started with Triple Sakaretsu and a Mirror Force, though they weren't even perfect at their job, since their attack made them vulnerable to both Bottomless and Trap Hole, and your opponent probably had just as many of those. Mirage Dragon was generally considered slightly better, since there were fewer good light monsters than darks, but you still wanted a good amount of both for your chaos monsters. You'd probably be better off running more copies of Breaker though, if you really wanted to counter battle traps. But seeing as how the card was constantly shifting between limited and ban, it wasn't always an option. Still, even if they weren't perfect, they had just enough tournament tops to earn a number 10 spot on this list. And coming in at number 9, we have Dark Contract with Errors. This is a continuous trap that has the effect where, once per turn, if you control a DD monster,
You can negate all other trap effects on the field for the rest of the turn. The trade-off is that you take 1000 damage during each of your standby phases. Dark Contract with Errors is pretty much the archetypal version of another card we'll see later on this list, except it saw much less play for a few key reasons. While DD had the potential to be a meta threat as far back as 2015, with combos that could depend on multiple interactions like Siegfried, Omega, and Crystal Wing, it ended up not performing as well in the TCG as it did in the OCG. That's mainly because Konami decided to delay the release of their structure deck in the West to push out the Felgrand one first. By the time we finally got the DD cards we've been waiting for, we were also getting the Zodiacs, and it was just impossible to compete with those. So in the end, the archetype famous for its incredibly difficult and intricate lines of play never really got its chance to shine, as the tier 0 threat that was Zeus pushed basically everything else out of the meta. Still, in the few tops the deck had, Dark Contract with Errors was often run in the side deck as a searchable answer, and some extra insurance against trap-heavy decks, able to shut off their entire back row during either player's turn, for the measly cost of 1000 life points during each standby phase. The deck does show up in the meta every so often when it receives support like DD Griffin, and even if the contract doesn't feel as if it's needed anymore, it can still be an option. So, with DDD's Sage King Alfred on the horizon, we may still see more Dark Contract with Errors in the future. And at number 8, we have Dark Submorg. This is a level 7 Dark Wing Beast with 2700 attack. You can banish 1 Dark and 1 Wind monster from your graveyard to special summon this card from your hand. Or you can banish 1 Dark and 1 Wind monster from your hand to special summon it from the graveyard instead. Its effects are that while it's face up on the field, it also has Wind attribute, and your opponent cannot set cards. While Dark Samorg doesn't directly say your opponent cannot activate traps, it prevents them from setting cards. Since we wouldn't get traps that can be activated from the hand until much later, this can be seen as a de facto floodgate for the card type, at least until Infinite Impermanence became a thing. Still, where Samorg stumbled was that despite having 2 different summoning conditions, it used to be pretty difficult to get out. Wind has never really been the most popular attribute, with good wind monsters being quite rare back then outside of a few exceptions. Even if you played a deck with them, you would also need to be playing darks for this card to be useful. Assuming you were playing both, not many decks can put up both attributes in the graveyard, preferably on turn 1, for Samorg to really do anything. If your opponent already had set back row, Samorg can't actually interact with them, and odds are, one of them is a trap that you have to deal with anyway. Even with the ability to come back from the graveyard, needing you to banish 2 cards from your hand is a tough cost, and asking them to specifically be Wind and Dark makes it even harder to justify. Nevertheless, despite its massive downsides, Dark Samorg did manage to see a little bit of play, especially in Fluenderies thanks to its Fluenderies typing, but its tops still pale in comparison to other cards higher on this list.
This is a video that I always had the intention of
Sava Sava.
Where's the music band? That was needlessly dangerous. Yes. Lame. Be a shrine nearby.
Those lands, baby. Even with basic islands, they get got. Sure, the pros found the lessons deck, but then they find this.
Ooh. The ice dragon.
Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah.
아. 우와. 아. 와.
야! 싸, 싸! 후후! 와우! 예이! 야야! 와우! 와우! 후후!
That's the barbarian armor. Should be over there in a cave, if I remember correctly. Oh my god, is that a fucking Lionel? Why is there a Lionel here?
아.
어? 어? 음. 아. 음.
음. 음. 음. 아. 아. 음. 에. 음. 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 음? 에? 음.
I have milk but no rice. Finally, a little bit more stamina works wonders.
Oh. Ma. Ah. Ah.
Surely you sell rice? Oh,
Hi. Ah. Oh. Ha ha ha. Ah. Oh. Ah.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Ah.
Ah. Hmm. Oh. Ah.
Oh.
Hmm. Ah. Ah. Ah.
Oh. Oh. Mm. Oh.
Hmm.
there really only 2 bees? Oh.
Hello, it's me, it's CGV. Today in the arena, it's not just an Is It Lessons deck, it's land destruction, baby! Did you know that the price of freedom is a lesson? It's 1 in red for a sorcery that destroys an artifact or land an opponent controls, and its controller may search their library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle it. But what if they have no basic lands? Oh, by the way, you get to draw a card. So, we have a Lessons deck. With Grand, this is only 1 mana to destroy a target land. It could even be a basic and draw a card. If they don't have anything left to fetch, they're cooked! So, we have all kinds of ways to target lands in Magnetic Hellkite and Demolition Field. This is basically taking up the spot of the engine, the Artist Talent / Monument to Endurance combo. Of course, Price of Freedom can take out that Monument to Endurance. And then the rest of our deck we are dedicating to absolutely housing their lands and playing a bunch of lessons. Did you know if you blow up their lands, it makes It'll Quench it even better? Did you know with Accumulate Wisdom and Lessons, you draw a bunch of cards? So that part, I know you've seen before, but guys, buckle up, because we're going to dive in, and we're going to make this a Lesson Land Destruction deck. This nonsense is definitely about to begin. What's better than your opponent getting to play too much of the game? Them not playing the game at all while they play too much of the game. That's what we're going for here. Gran is ready. We just send out Gran? Turn 1? Okay. No hesitation. Go to work. Duress me. Well, honestly, that's fine. This hand is ready to roll. It will, in fact, quench you, but the opponent doesn't know that. Another Gran? I don't need another Gran, but I do want Lessons in the yard quickly, but nah, just dump the Gran. I know. Sad. We don't have Accumulated Wisdom yet, and now that 2 basic lands on the field. I mean, I guess. We'll just make the choice for them with our Quench. Do they have any other cards in their deck? Why? Wait, do we want that island? I don't think I want that island. Maybe I do. Combustion technique can hit a slasher, but so can quench. Alright, we'll do this. Stupid little card advantage play here from a Grand. Not exactly the way you draw it up, but here we are. I'm ready for anything but another dress. That includes Deep Cavern Bat. It does give away our quench, which is unfortunate, but we'll just use the lesson. Alright, the opponent has played 4 card draw spells. Nope, 4 discard spells, that's what those are. And the reason that is always going to stay funny to me, quite honestly, is that we have 1-mana draw 3s in our deck. We have Storm Chaser's
Hilarious.
Talons, which just kind of makes the engine go and go and go. And the opponent thinks they can run us out of permanents. Maybe. We'll see. They're down to 2 cards. Hold or play. Thanks.
Weird that you're likely intended to be your introduction to the mechanic of stabilizers is as a is to use them as a catapult.
You're chilling all day.
Instead of, you know, being used to stabilize things.
Their whole life.
I just think that's kind of funny.
Wow.
And again, I don't think you can make any interesting puzzles out of stabilizing things.
Let's see if it pays off for him if we just never draw what we need. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, what now? They didn't find a basic? Find that unlikely. Attack me. Okay, they don't. Do we use 4 damage to permanently remove Bloodletter, or do we use it to keep Unstoppable Slasher on the back foot for another 2 turns? They just draw a removal spell for the Hellkite. How bad off are we? I think we just killed the Bloodletter, to be honest. We can still draw a Combustion Technique. Discard. Like, if we have this out... I'm trying to think if we draw Talent... Alright, we'll play it. Yeah, block. Stall! Okay. A normal creature. Oh, look! 3 cards in 1! Oh, a double combustion technique. Oh my! Oh my. What is the word on this? Discard a card. Strategic Betrayal of Grandmama. Get rid of that. And let this happen. Oh, I should have... Okay, forgot that this would go down to nothing. Let's see if we can draw an answer. Okay. Not in the graveyard yet, but maybe they'll give me a target. They do. Okay. All their 1-for-1s, though. All I've really got to do. All I need. Just a little more action. You want to attack? No, you don't. Alright. Another wisdom. A very interesting spot, isn't it? I could just cast this and throw it in the yard. I could just cast this and throw it in the yard. No way, we could also level this and hope to not die. The opponent would need removal into Bloodletter. I don't think they have it. Let's go. I'm not afraid. And they didn't attack there. That's crazy to me. I guess we wait because we're making otters? Start the pressure. Nothing. Alright. Time to run away with it. The discard decks just really can't hang with this. I know I talk about it a lot, but my goodness, now we can play Grand Grand and all these. Oh my god. We just give up a little bit of damage to do so. Do need the cards in the graveyard. Dude, eventually, they just draw land, and we're drawing like 3 or 4 cards a turn and setting up advantage engines. I don't know how people can keep playing discard in this environment. They do, and every time they're happy to see it. Every time.
I gotta head to Edelden first. Well, I mean, that's where I'm headed, so... Couldn't be more perfect. base is a little scuffed now, but surprised to see that place is still alright.
야. 어? 어. 음. 아. 아. 어.
There's an ox there.
Wow! Yay! Wow! Hey! Yay! Nice.
Hip, cup, cup. Hip, tap.
Sabota. Oh. Haha.
Hmm.
Mom.
Hmm. Hmm.
Mom.
Hmm.
Am I seriously not allowed to?
Nam.
Hmm.
Mom.
Hmm.
Oh my god. Let's just go to Hateno first already. We're so close. Why is there a Lionel there?
Ah. Ah.
Still pale in comparison to other cards higher on this list. And at number 7, we have Anti-Magic Arrows. This is a quick play spell that can only be activated at the start of the battle phase. For the rest of the turn, after this card resolves, spell and trap cards and their effects cannot be activated. Also, cards or effects can't be activated in response to this card's activation. Anti-Magic Arrows was the first card that made duelists fear hearing End of Main Phase, long before Evenly came out. If you successfully entered your battle phase, you could use your turn play priority to activate it as the first action. And since it can't be responded to, your opponent is guaranteed to have all of their back row rendered useless for the rest of the turn. This is a really powerful effect, but it has a fair share of downsides. Since it requires you to waste your battle phase, it's a tool mainly for breaking boards, making it pretty much impossible for the opponent to OTK that turn. Also, you yourself can't activate any of its spells or traps after it resolves. This limited the card to a small subset of monster-heavy decks that could set up a big board during main phase 2. You saw it as a tech choice sometimes in Yang Zing variants, and then in some decks playing the Danger archetype, such as Lunalight. Perhaps its best user ended up being Tearlaments, as there's no better deck at building a board while dismantling your opponents than that one. Nowadays, the card is still sometimes seen in Mermail, a deck that usually has trouble playing their back row, and if it weren't for Dominus Impulse, would be playing basically 0 spells or traps in its main deck anyways. Next up at number 6, we have Trap Stun. This is a normal trap card whose effect negates all other trap effects on the field for that turn. It might sound weird to put a trap that negates other traps into your deck, but Trap Stun used to be one of the best cards when it came to playing through back row. The idea was that you would chain it to the activation of a really strong trap like Torrential Tribute. So Trap Stun would not only negate it, but also turn off the rest of your opponent's back row for the turn. And if you were worried about a counter trap like Solemn Judgment, you could also just flip Trap Stun preemptively and play uninterrupted for a turn. Where this card excelled was that it was an anti-trap card that could still reasonably run in decks full of traps themselves, since you'd usually use it during your turn and still have your own traps live on your opponents. Trap Stun saw a lot of play throughout the years, excelling in decks that could turn the whole game on its head in a single turn, like Infernity or Burning Abyss, since that one trap-free turn was all they needed to set up their board. Still, as a trap card that you have to wait 2 full turns to use for its full effect, this card has unfortunately been too slow to see play for several years now. And at number 5, we have Yyyy Barkion. This is a level 6 Earth Dragon Synchro monster that requires an Earth Tuner and one or more non-tuner Earth monsters. Its effect is that when a trap card is activated, you can banish 2 cards from your graveyard to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Barkion usually gets overshadowed by its spell negating counterpart, Yyyy Beast, since negating spells tends to be more powerful generically, and its cost also requires more setup to be useful. Still, Barkion was good enough to see play in many decks over the years, provided they could actually make it. As long as you had a couple of cards in the graveyard before synchro summoning it, popping down a Barkion while staring down multiple back rows was one of the best feelings in the game, as it could negate and destroy all of your opponent's traps, if they ever dare to activate them. Since its effect is not once per chain, your only real counter to it would be having a